Okay, I guess we should be back. I think what happened is essentially with YouTube, you have to like schedule the stream. And so, yeah, essentially like I had scheduled the previous stream, or rather put in all the like information for the stream first, started, and then immediately had to cut it because, obviously I was dropping 50% of frames. But then I didn't like reset up the stream information, and so when I started stream again, I don't think YouTube actually properly started the stream because I just didn't have a like stream scheduled, I guess. So, well, I guess the VOD's gonna get cut in two. Just Pog. I love that. Why did it end? Yeah. Essentially, my internet has been really unreliable. Like, it's not. It's honestly not terrible if you're not trying to live stream. It's like 5% packet loss that generally starts around 5 p.m. Presumably because everybody comes home from work and then starts using the internet in my area. And so there's just there's no way I can stream to either Twitch or YouTube and then maintain like a stable connection while this is happening. So the solution we have is to stream to a server that will there's like a couple second buffer, and the server will then stream to Twitch and YouTube. But it also like tries to retry if packets are lost. It will try and get the packets again, and so with that buffer, it's able to provide smooth footage. But I don't know, it does cost money. So it's the kind of thing where, if Comcast was actually providing good service, then we wouldn't have to deal with this. And, I haven't had to do this until recently. So it's pretty pog. And who doesn't love ISPs? But yeah, like I was saying earlier, essentially, we checked a house that's somewhat close to where we live that has access to fiber, and it's like it's cheaper than what we're paying for, and it's like, I don't know, 10 times better. But they just haven't brought fiber to our area, so what can you do? Isn't that just really fun and cool? Just move? I know, right? Like, legitimately, is that the solution? I just have to move somewhere else? And, well, not really. Like, there's a whole process of, go bug Comcast until they actually do something, which, could take a long while, depending on what they have to do and how long it takes for them to actually admit that there's an issue that needs solving. And yeah, I would say like most people in the area probably don't notice or care, right? Because it's like, as long as you're not doing anything live, like streaming, then you're not really gonna notice it too much. But the thing is, I can't. With the live stream, it just doesn't work. When there's packet loss, it's no good. Anyway, yo, what's up, nerd? Here's your high five. GG on the 100 stream streak. How am I on 1.6? I just didn't update. So as long as you don't update, you won't be on a later version. And there's a setting to turn off auto updates so that it's possible to not update while still being connected to the internet. Yeah, I checked before I started stream, but I think it like started probably between when I checked and then when I actually started, which was probably 15 or 20 minutes or something. Started to drop frames and whatnot. Yay, Link. Oh my god, man. Well, we kind of started, I don't know, got off on the wrong foot. Just gotta... I don't know. Just gotta vibe. I think you should reset. I would recommend not typing that in, like, anybody's chat ever. Like, what do you think is gonna happen? Like, do you think that I am delusional enough to think I could PB this? Or maybe there's like some other reason that I would want to continue a run that's 20 plus seconds behind. Perhaps in my, I don't know, 6 years of speedrunning, and I don't know, 4 or 5 years of having the world record, that I haven't figured out that I could reset runs that are behind PB. Fair point, I guess my standards are just too high. Oh my goodness. How do you not take damage while ragdolling? You have to ragdoll for a certain amount of time before you take damage. Like, essentially, there's ragdoll damage happens when you roll like too far, kind of thing, right? So if I ragdoll and roll down a hill, I will constantly be taking, you know, little bits of ragdoll damage as I go down the hill. But when you do a wind bomb, you don't roll around for that long, so you don't end up taking that much damage. If you look at this wind bomb, though, I'm gonna take a quarter heart of ragdoll damage right there. So it kind of depends. Ragdolling doesn't lose skew. Yeah, so if you do the ESC and you, or if you re-equip on the first frame of skew, right? You'll ragdoll, but you won't lose skew. So yeah, ragdolling isn't a guarantee that you've gotten rid of skew, because there is that one case. Well, it's not even just that, right?
Ooh.
Are there other cases where you can ragdoll? I guess if you blow yourself up, it doesn't quite trigger the same thing. Oh, check this out. Okay, it kind of worked. I'm still trying to figure out how to not go too far to the side. I also need to do it faster. Remember, Cleric said it loses skew, but that isn't true. Yeah, there's like... that specific case is the one that you'll run into, where you try to ESC, you equip a little bit too early, or this could also happen if you're trying to do wall jump or something, where, I don't know, you re-equip on the wrong frame, and then you won't actually get rid of skew, but you'll ragdoll. So it gets rid of glitched ragdoll state. So technically, if you wanted to keep skew, let's see, if you wanted to keep skew, you wanted to get rid of ragdoll without doing a quick fix, like fully clear it, and you can't afford to like blow yourself up, then technically you could re-equip on the first frame of skew. And that's a way. There's the reset. In parentheses, please don't ban me. Are you... like... I don't know. I don't know. We live in a simulation. I'll, whatever. I'm in a bad mood. It's just like, I don't know, the self-awareness too, to have the like, please don't ban me, which means you know that you've said something that could lead to a ban, right? It's like, I don't know. Hey, what's up, Teabag? I can't believe it, right? Like, what are we doing here? Oh my god. Oh, thank you for the bit, Ninja Wolf. Hey, what's up, Jamie? Yeah, you can ask a question. Hello, Raph. You missed a ban? Dude, Teabag, that one was kind of funny. You can see the logs, yeah. Oh my goodness. Dude, like, what are we doing here? Oh, I forgot. It's like Easter. Happy Easter.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
You should run a few extension categories. I have. I've run a large number of them. It is also technically not a question. But yeah, if you want to watch some of my extension category runs, you can find them on my speedrun.com profile or my YouTube. Either way. I don't know. I've run like, I wonder if you look at the number of categories that people have run, and for this hypothetical, it's not really a hypothetical, but for this situation, remove individual level speedruns, because, you know, then it's not fair. I think some of the IL runners have done like, you know, hundreds of different categories if you count different shrines, and they're all like 10 seconds or something, maybe less. But if we remove that, who has run the largest different number of categories in this game? Because, like, yeah, I've probably run a lot. A lot of different category extensions, as well as, like, main board categories. But I don't run, like, all of them. So maybe there's somebody out there who's done more. Oh my goodness. It was pretty fire, Olive. What is it? Break next week, I believe. That's always a sign. Well, not always, but a lot of the time it is. It's like, oh, something went down. No, I'm dead. Didge. Yeah, what people are saying, if there's a time to get into One Piece, like, it's now. Hop on the train before it's too late. Hop on the cool, awesome fire train. Yes. It's true. All of those adjectives and more.
Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
Did you hear about the One Piece Popeyes meal? Coming April 13th. Okay, now now it sounds like now that sounds like an ad. The way I read it, I don't know. I have not. I'm also not sponsored. See, I haven't gone to Popeyes in I don't even know how long. But I do like their fried chicken sandwiches. Hashtag chicken. True. Chicken, One Piece. What's not to like?
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
A devil fruit drink. But what if you consume it and then you can't swim anymore? Only one piece of chicken. The real one piece was the chicken we ate along the way. Oh my goodness. I just got a frame late 3 times in a row, and then I was like, well, surely I wasn't late 3 times in a row, so I'm just gonna assume I got it on the last one. I did not. Yeah, I don't think I could do it. Go and get, like, a single piece of chicken. That would just be, like, cruel. Yo, what's up, Elena? If you add a question mark to a sentence, it makes it a question. Wait. But you didn't you not have, like, a question mark on your sentences?
Svegliati.
Oh my goodness. If you add a question mark to a sentence, it makes it a question? It kind of does though, right?
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
But can you add it, like, later, you
Ti
know?
guiderà dopo il
Is that how
risveglio
it
dal tuo
works?
lungo...
Hello. Good luck today? But said in an inquisitive tone. Oh, Hydro, thank you for the 222 bits. Appreciate that. For the 222 that I'm gonna get. Right here, right now. Also, wait, Switch 2 edition runs soon. I have... Okay, so there is a situation where I might run it again. Basically, Summer Games Done Quick is coming up. I believe the marathon is July 5th. Or it starts on July 5th. I have submitted 2 speedruns. The submission's closed, I think, the 31st of March. But I submitted 2 runs. I wasn't exactly sure what I would submit, because, like, you know, last time it was Breath of the Wild 90%. Technically, the time before was also Breath of the Wild 90%.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della
But
tua
I didn't really want to
tavoletta
submit
sceicca.
all dungeons. At least not the BLSS route. And I don't know the non-BLSS route anymore. So I was like, okay, well, what am I gonna do? I think that Switch 2 Edition Master Mode is really cool. It's also pretty funny, right? So it'd be, like, overall a pretty good run to showcase. And there is a way around the horrendous RNG for the 5-shot bow drop that works pretty nicely. It's what I was doing for, like, practice, where you just reload a save that has a 5-shot bow already. And, you know, it's not like a leaderboard run, so it doesn't really matter. That it's not going to be valid. And so I submitted that, right? I think that's the run I would most want to get in. But who knows whether or not they actually accept it. There are a lot of submissions every time, and Breath of the Wild was in a marathon within the last couple of years, so it might not make it. The second submission was actually Tears of the Kingdom glitchless. Because I was thinking about it and it's like, okay, well, kind of like, is there anything from Tears of the Kingdom that would make sense to submit? Because, like, you know, I could submit any percent. The last time any percent was in the main marathon was for, it was Jim's run, I guess, right? So technically, the, like, current route has not been shown on the main stage, but I don't know. I feel like Tears of the Kingdom any percent like the plateau route, the GSI route is similar to, you know, what was shown in Cloud's All Dungeons Run. And so it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to submit that. But I feel like glitchless is pretty cool. People really like it. I think it's more exciting than regular any percent. Because it shows off like some pretty cool GSI tech. And then also has the boss rush at the end, which is a more exciting finish. And so yeah, overall, just like a pretty good route. And I have done that somewhat recently, as in within the last like year. So I just went ahead and submitted that. So I don't know. I'd say there's a chance I get in. But we'll see. We'll figure it out. I believe in May. I think it's May 1st is when the games list comes out. So we just gotta wait and see. And so yeah, basically, if I get into SGDQ, then I will have a month to practice whatever run gets in. So, you know, well, right now I have no plans on running Switch 2 Edition any percent for Breath of the Wild anytime soon. Like, maybe I'll come back to it at some point later, but for now it's like, you know, I'm happy with the time I got. Could you get a 23? Yeah. But, you know, it is what it is. I think the run I got was pretty clean. The commentary that I did was pretty good. I don't really feel a need to go and update it. And so, if I get in with Switch 2 Edition any percent, then, you know, I'll de-rest it. Practice, maybe try and PB. But we'll find out in a little under a month whether or not that's gonna happen. And similarly, if I get Tears of the Kingdom glitchless in, then I'll practice that. Dude, Lime has been going crazy with the glitchless Tears of the Kingdom runs. They dropped the world record. Well, okay, so technically the world record's not that much lower than it was before, but the world record for no amiibo is, you know, nearly a minute faster, or a little over a minute faster. But yeah, essentially they've been grinding. There's a bunch of optimizations that I saw on their run that look really cool. And it's like, you know, that makes a lot of sense that you could do it, but I would have never thought of it. It's stuff like, I think most of the optimizations are like post GSI in terms of routing. But you've got, let's see. I think the coolest one I remember is that when you dive into the, like, what is it called? Is it Gloom's Descent or something? The something descent. When you dive in, instead of going to the middle pillar to grab the wall to cancel fall damage, you actually go straight to the hole with the electric lights. And you grab the wall there. Which I think is so cool. Because the way I was doing it, and the way it was done before this, was, you know, go to the center pillar, which has like a pretty flat wall that you can grab, which makes it, you know, kind of easy to get the fall damage cancel. And so you grab that one and then run over. But you don't have to do that if you just grab the wall at the spot where we need to go next anyway. And so it just cuts out some like running. And it's so cool. You go straight into like headshotting the Horriblin as well. It's like, it's so neat. And then yeah, like right before you enter the army fight, you get, wait, hold up. Okay. Gotta make sure I hit that, because, you know, it's been a while. You can actually grab the wall, kind of like the Gloom wall, I guess is how I would describe it, right? There's a spot to do the fall damage cancel there. The wall grab. That looks like it's a little bit faster. Yeah. Yo, what's up, JP? Hello, JH. What a Bestler. You've officially given up on going to SGDQ. Don't understand how it's so expensive. Yeah. Like, currently my plan is, you know, submit runs. I guess that's already done. Wait for the games list. And if I'm in the marathon, then I'll go. But if not, you know, I won't go. And that's been, you know, my plan for pretty much all of the all of the GDPs I've submitted for. But yeah, in this case, it's like I'll try and plan my stay for probably only a few of the days, as opposed to, like, you know, taking a week off to go to GDQ. Gluten-free Oreos taste better than normal Oreos. Yeah, I've never had. I think I've never had a gluten-free Oreo, so I can't say. Oh, wait, can I... Okay, I'm gonna come clean. I actually have not played Breath of the Wild in the last 2 weeks. Or rather, since starting the Skyward Sword casual playthrough. It's not like I practiced that. I just wanted to see if it would work. And I kind of got it the first time around. Yeah, JP, I don't speak any other languages. I am American. And in America, most of us are, what, monolingual? Most? I don't know the numbers, but there are a lot of people who can only speak English, and I'm one of them. Oh no, dude, that was so lame. Dude, it literally wasn't there. It loaded in... Whatever, man. It's a warm welcome back from Breath of the Wild. Oh, come on. Does anybody actually know, like, a way to consistently get Link to fall through this quickly? Because I just kind of sit him here and then wait until he falls through. Because I feel like I haven't figured out how to, like, kind of maneuver him around so that he falls through quicker. You need descend, yes. That would be helpful in this case. Am I gonna get shot? No. Carry a heavy rock. I'll try that next time, I guess. Well, actually I won't, but thanks for the suggestion. Really? I'm kind of surprised that didn't load in. Does that work? I just want to inform you, Keeper, that your message got held for review. On the YouTube side of things. Yo, what's up, Kitsune? Thank you for the good luck. Oh, come on, water play. Be nice, please. I was thinking about it. I should have slammed early though. Supposed to be ridiculous, but YouTube doesn't like fun. Yeah, I know enough Spanish, so I did take Spanish in high school. But oh my goodness, man, dude, the other day, one of my friends from high school had said in our group chat, like, essentially, so-and-so is getting married. Which, I think probably a couple of the people from my high school class have gotten married. Not that many. But, yeah, it's one of those moments where it's like, whoa. Whoa. And then... my other friend was like, I can't believe it's been 10 years. Which, yeah, I think they met in probably freshman year of high school. And so it's like, you didn't have to say that though. I like Skyward Sword. I was good. I would say what would I say? Basically, dude, the ending of Skyward is really, really good. I think probably the best in the series. But yeah, I still I wasn't a huge fan of the motion controls. And I was thinking about it. They give you the option to go for a hero mode, right? As a replay. The Game Plus. And it kind of makes sense. Try and replay the game immediately after in hero mode. Because your second playthrough, you're gonna be familiar with the controls in a way that you weren't the first time around. And so the thing with motion controls, I think, for me at least, is that, it was more frustrating to kind of learn. It's it didn't feel super intuitive. Or rather, it is intuitive to swing in the direction you want to go, but it wasn't as good at registering as I would like it to be. And so it felt like a lot of the time I was, fighting the controls. But if you play through it a second time, I was getting the hang of it by the end. So if I were to play it again in hero mode, where, I'm skipping all of the dialogue, all the cutscenes, etc., just trying to play the game, I'd have a better time with it, because I'm not learning. And so I don't know, it kind of makes sense. Because the second time around, you're going to be much better at the game. And so, things are going to be harder because of hero mode, but I'm not going to play it a second time. So, well, it would make for a probably better experience. I also don't want to replay the game that I just played. Oh, dude, there's like a strat here. Well, not quite here. That I haven't looked at. I just want that. Oh my goodness, wait. Hold up, let me catch up. Yo, what's up, Doc? Thank you for the 25-month resub. Appreciate that. Yeah, the Skyward Sword playthrough that was fun. Had a good time. Okay, 2409. This is with loaded gate, so it would have been. Okay, it was technically the lights were already orange. I just had the blue light on the side. There we are. Storewide, thank you for the 54-month resub. Yeah, thank you for the good luck. It is day 50. I was kind of thinking when I stopped, I was like, should I do day 50 and then stop? But, you know, give it one last attempt before taking a break to play Skyward. But I didn't. So now it's day 50, and we're probably not gonna get close to PB, because I haven't been playing the game. But yeah, we're not gonna be like terrible, right? Like a 2409 would have been probably like a 23. I didn't see what time I got to play this. Impossible. But you know, I assume I lost like 20 to 25 seconds there. So it would have been a 23. That's not terrible. Even though, like, you know, stasis, I dropped the slide and whatnot. It's not bad. Thank you for the GGs. Appreciate that.
Ti ho osservato tutto questo tempo. Il tuo destino, la tua sofferenza, le tue battaglie. Per questo ho sempre...
All right. Well, that was a warm-up run. Don't get too warm. I actually, dude, today it was like in the 80s. So I have the air conditioning going. Because it is quite warm. So don't worry. Well, I'm regulating my temperature. My personal best is, you can see it here next to Ganon. It's the 2256. The 2220 is essentially the best. It's my sum of best segments. So if you take each individual part of the run, assume I played it the best I've ever played it,
Quella è una tavoletta
add them
scelta.
all up, that's how you get 2220.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
How many days do I think it'll take? I have no idea. I think if my slides are good, it could be pretty fast, but, you know, that's kind of been the case for the last 50 days or whatever. It's weird. It's like, I definitely can tell I'm making progress, but it's not, you know, it hasn't been progress every day kind of thing. It's not linear. For sure. Like, there are days where, you know, I could be doing all of the wind bombs well, but my slides are inconsistent. And so it's very difficult to get, like, a completed run that has, you know, a PB level gameplay throughout if most of the slides I'm, like, losing 1 or 2 seconds. Because we use... what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 slides in the run. And so if every slide I lose 1 to 2 seconds, then we're talking a minimum of 6 seconds
Dirigiti al luogo
lost.
segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
And could be more. Which, like, you know, at world record level is a pretty big deal. So yeah, we'll see it. The reason I took the break to play Skyward was partially because my left arm, well, not like physically, like I could tell my left arm was not, it's not like it hurt or anything, but I couldn't like flick the way I used to flick as consistently. And so it was a good idea to take a short break. And hopefully this time around we'll come back rejuvenated and ready to go ham. Yeah, we'll see. Yo, Scatter, thank you for the 3-month resub. Yeah, happy fun day. It's been a day for sure. I like woke up, it was too warm. So I think my sleep quality was lower because it was warm when I woke up. It's also warm, so when I went on my walk, I came back sweating. And then I checked the internet. It looks fine. It's like, okay, no packet loss from what I can tell from the pings I've ran. I ran the speed test. It looks like we should be fine. I start stream, and then immediately after it starts like dying. So you gotta restart the stream. Do I have a guide on speedrunning this? Or one that I recommend? I actually don't have a guide yet. I'm working on one, but my progress is pretty slow. There's a couple of tutorials, though, that I would recommend. So it kind of depends on what version of the game you have access to. Because right now I'm running on an earlier version of the game. That's why I can still use the BLSS glitch where I hover with the bomb. That was patched. So if you're playing on the latest version of the game and you have no way of getting a version that has BLSS, then you'll have to do a different route. That, you know, I think is also really cool and worth learning, but it's definitely something that I keep in mind. Because yeah, the ways that you down patch are not super easy. It's not just like, oh, delete the software and then re-download it, or delete the software and then play off of the physical cartridge. It's you have to factory reset your Switch and then play off of the physical cartridge. But yeah, there's a couple of tutorials. If you're interested, I would look up the Limp Cube tutorial series. It's from 2020 or 2019 maybe. But essentially, when BLSS got patched, the old route from before BLSS was discovered became the, default route again for the latest version. And so that tutorial is still good. Doesn't factory resetting just make it 1.0? So when you factory reset your Switch, it wipes out all of the data, right? So you don't have Breath of the Wild on your Switch anymore. Or any of the updates, right? So when you play off the physical cartridge, that cartridge, I'm gonna eat this. Okay. I was pretty sure I didn't need to, but better safe than sorry. But yeah, the physical version of the game has Breath of the Wild on it, and that card cannot be updated. So whatever version of the game is on the cartridge is going to be the version that you're playing. And so if you have a version 1.0 cartridge, then yeah, it'll be 1.0. But, they started selling the game with the updated version already, installed or whatever. So if you bought a cartridge, I think in 2019 or later, you'll probably have version 1.6. Oh my goodness, this is like the worst slide I've ever done. Yep. Like, maybe unironically. With the drop at the end. Okay, 107. That is pretty bad. Into it. Failed win bomb. Hey, what's up, Moist? Hello, Namil. How are the runs going so far today? Honestly, pretty bad. I'm definitely not feeling like my arm has gotten any better. I don't know. Hey, thank you, Flowey. Is there a way to tell besides the time you buy it? So, if you can check the serial number on... Was it on the cartridge itself? Or does it have it, like... anywhere else? You can, like, tell what version of the game your physical copy has. But if you're gonna buy a physical copy new, you can guarantee that it's gonna have BLSS. At the very least, by buying the Switch 2 Edition cartridge. Because the Switch 2 Edition physical cartridge, I believe, is shipped with version 1.7. Which, on the Switch 1, is exactly the same as version 1.6. So it's technically not, the version that we ran on. but for speedrunning purposes, it is exactly the same. They just, like, incremented the number. The thing is, like, if you buy the Switch 2 edition cartridge, it's probably going to be more expensive or whatever. So... yeah, it would count as 1.6. If you look at the leaderboard right now, the way the split works is version 1.0 to 1.7 is one of the categories, and the other is 1.9 or whatever. Essentially, latest version. And so yeah, you're allowed to use 1.7 on Switch 1. Yo, it's a burnt toast. Missed me beating the game yesterday. There's a VOD of it. If you wanna watch that, it would be on my YouTube channel. I need to make a playlist for it.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Yeah, so Italian voice acting is the fastest for Dark Beast. Essentially, when you get to Dark Beast, the time it takes for the final eye to open after you shoot the third weak point is for some reason shorter in Italian. That was probably not the right frame. I just was impatient because I missed it 5 times in a row. Yeah, I think it was probably a frame early or something. No, I guess that wouldn't make sense because I would just ragdoll. Whatever. But yeah, essentially, the reason we use Italian voice acting is specifically for Dark Beast canon. So if you look, you know, the text language is French. And the text or the subtitles don't match up with the dub. And so this combination is technically a little bit faster. Did I elect to stay on the older route because I missed BLSS too much? No. I actually am kind of a BLSS hater. But it is the fastest version of the run. So in terms of, you know, what is the fastest you can beat Breath of the Wild, it's 1.6 on a Switch 1. So it has that prestige to it, I guess. Because yeah, personally, I think BLSS is boring to do and annoying because it requires physical like a physical input that I don't like doing, right? I don't like flicking the stick back and forth very quickly. Yeah. The thing is, I do think the route we use is pretty cool. And in general, like, BLSS is fine. Like, I'll do it. It's just trying to really optimize. That's where it kind of falls off for me. Because, you know, the BLSS itself is very easy to do. It's just trying to make sure that your slides are as fast as possible. That's where it becomes more difficult, I would say. And that's where it becomes less fun. Because I love practicing wind bombs, and like all the wind bombs we do are different. As well as like there are more wind bombs that you do in this run than a BTB route for any percent. Because the BTB route goes to stasis first, so you don't have bombs for plateau. So yeah, practicing the wind bombs is like actually really fun. Practicing the slides is not. I think I'm gonna get owned by this guy. Yeah. I wonder if there was anything I could have done other than I could have headshotted the Boko. That probably would have been the best backup there. Or there's technically a step up spot to the right that's like ground level, so I could step up on that. It's just really hard to maneuver around the rubble in the Temple of Siam when you're that low to the ground. That's why that's partially why we use this step up that we use right now. Because like when you jump a little bit, you'll be put above where all of the rubble is, and so you can cleanly like hover to the shrine. But if you slide from like ground level, you'll just hit a bunch of things on the way, and it'll slow you down. Where can I find more Tears of the Kingdom any percent glitchless runs? If you go to the Tears of the Kingdom leaderboard on speedrun.com, there should be a tab for glitchless. So go to speedrun.com/TOTK and then look for glitchless. Let me just double check. Yeah, it should be all the way on the right. There should be a glitchless tab that you can click. From there, you can find a bunch of different glitchless runs. And you can select like what category you want, which console you want, stuff like that. This is any percent version 1.6.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
I think I hit the rock. So I should clear skew here. Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom glitchless is pretty cool. I would definitely recommend watching Lime's world record. There's a bunch of really neat optimizations there that aren't present in my run. Let's do this, and then... I've been like a frame late every single time. Hey, what's up, Epic Potato? Hello, Reeg. Yeah, the game is in French because it's faster. It's gonna work. In fact, it's gonna work very well. Oh my goodness. Wait, what is that from? Because that is very familiar. What's up, Nukel? And thank you for the good luck. Oh, GLaDOS. Okay, yeah. I haven't actually played Portal 1. In Portal 2, I only played the multiplayer. Do I do tutorials? I'm working on a tutorial. But if you want to learn the BTB route, I would recommend looking up Limcube tutorial or Limcube Breath of the Wild tutorial. You will get what is currently the best tutorial for that route. It's pretty old, but it like all the information is still good. And that's the tutorial that I learned from. So when I first started running, I learned from Lim, the GigaCube. Yeah, it's Nuki using the Hyrule Herb route. Nobody else does it quite like her. Yeah, I haven't watched that in a while. Yeah, but currently the world record is a 22:51 by Moldy. would I play Marvel Rivals with you? I mean, it's kind of like Overwatch, right? I feel like it could be fun. We get a 5 stack or whatever. I think 5 people play that game. Oh no, why didn't that work? That was actually, I think, a good slide. I didn't catch what the climb up time was. Is he Marvel? Yes, he is. You probably knew that. Just trying to rage bait. Hey, what's up, John? There's a lot of downtime. I think it's kind of hard when you first start trying to like read chat while speedrunning, but you kind of learn the gaps in gameplay. As well as like, you know, you've got a lot of muscle memory from doing the same thing over and over, so. Yeah, Breath of the Wild specifically, I would say has a decent chunk of downtime. So like right here, you know, there's nothing for me to be doing that is requires a lot of attention. And, you know, there's a lot of load screen, stuff like that. How much downtime is there in every Zelda speedrun? Well, if you wanted to know how much downtime there is in every 3D Zelda speedrun, turns out there's a YouTube video out there. By BotW. That is pretty interesting. Definitely a good watch. Would recommend. Although he didn't tally up Breath of the Wild Hundo, so I don't know. Kind of lazy. Hey, what's up, Reds guys? Any good runs today? No. But we're not really expecting good runs today. How many controllers do you buy each year? 1. I mean, technically, I bought 2 controllers this last controller swap, but that's just because now I have a spare. So if this controller stops working for whatever reason, I already have one in my room that I can open up without having to go and like buy it. And yeah, I'll probably need it later, so. The swag runs, dude. I need to route it. Swag, yeah. A run where you actually get bonus points for being cool. You know, we've been saying it for years. Oh, dude, it was kind of funny. Am I gonna take damage? I got a comment last night where it was like, what was it? You know that anybody could copy what you do, but go a little bit faster and and like beat your time. So this isn't impressive. Do speedruns like normal. I should pull up the actual comment. But yeah, essentially the whole like, oh, somebody could just beat my time, so or anybody could just beat my time by, you know, doing the same thing but faster. Therefore, it's not impressive or worthwhile for me to have done it. And it's like, well, wait. People are funny. But yeah, I think it's just one of those people who assumes that glitches are easy. That like, yeah, me using glitches is cheesing it, and so it must be easy to do what I do. And therefore, anybody could use the glitches to the same level of, I'm just gonna not continue that run. Oh, that was a 12 plat, which is not great, but the best I've done so far. Nothing good has ever followed. I got a comment. That might actually be true. No, there's got to have been like at least one or two comments that I've gotten that I was like pleasantly surprised by in a way that made me want to bring it up on stream. You know, a couple times. Isn't that applicable to all speedruns? It's like, yeah, it is a really funny comment, because is that not applicable to like so many things in life? Right? Like if somebody just does what you do, but a little bit better, then they'll be better than you. And I mean, like, there's less of a physical requirement, I guess, for being able to speedrun at a top level. It's not like, oh, if you're actually just running, right? You can't just do what Usain Bolt does, but a little bit faster to beat him. You need to have, you know, honed your body to be, you know, the peak of human form. But it's like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it takes a lot of practice. Was Focus a comment or a chatter? It was somebody who got banned from Twitch. And so they immediately went and commented on my YouTube. So like, in a way, kind of both. Does world loading depend on your device? Yeah. The configuration of the game definitely matters. So like, if you play the game off of a physical cartridge, then you're gonna have slower load times than if you were to play off of, you know, digital that's installed on the system's memory.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta scelta.
Hey, what's up, Drew? Do my fingers ever get sore after doing BLSS for a long time? I wouldn't say it's my fingers. I would say it would be my arm, maybe. Because, like, my thumb is the thing that is kind of touching the left stick. Like, it's the point of contact, but the thing that's actually moving, I would say, is more my arm. And so, for me, I do, like, maybe my shoulder-ish. Feels it the most. Like, I don't know, right here-ish is where I start to feel it. But even then, it's, like, not... It's not that bad. And it's only when I do it for, like, long periods. Which, you know, I do because I'll stream for 7 hours or something, but not too bad. In a competitive setting, I mean, it's essentially, if I was just playing the game casually, like, who cares if I try and... Like, it does make sense. My goal is to beat the game as fast as possible, and I'm, like, competing against other people on a leaderboard. So, like, that, it does make sense to ask, like, in a competitive setting, to never try with the optimal conditions. It's just funny. You have an OLED that came with Breath of the Wild. Need to figure out if it's installed on the console or SD card. You'll likely never play this to speedrun, but it would be neat to mess around a bit. No, you can just check. If you go to, I believe it's settings. The only way to install it on SD is through Homebrew. Yeah, I guess, like, no, right? If your system memory is, like, full, then if you download the game, like, the console didn't already come with Breath of the Wild, like, pre-installed, right? So yeah, if you just go to, like, data management, yeah, and settings, that's where you can check whether or not it's on the SD card. We're gonna grab, you? Wait, what? What did I just pick up? Wait, I thought I picked up a bass already. Oh, whatever. $152. Are these glitches still possible on Switch 2? No. So almost every glitch is still possible on a Switch 2, except for the one where I hover and flick left and right. BLSS. That's the one that doesn't work on a Switch 2. But everything else does work. If you're playing on the 60 FPS version of Breath of the Wild, then some of the glitches won't work in the same way, but they still do work. Fine. I shouldn't die. Yeah. Wait a second. Hello, Dingle Man. I was like, isn't it normally a suffix? So this makes it a slightly different format. It's on the SD. You can just swap it. Like in data management, you can swap between the two. So if you wanted to move it to the system memory, you just need to free up space. And then select the thing. The option to move it between SD card and system memory. You've run out of suffixes? It has been a bit, yeah. Well, fair enough. But like, for prefixes, isn't it infinite? Well, I guess it's infinite either way, but... You just slap 5 on the end of like any word. Saw Project Hail Mary and would highly recommend it. It's like, it's legit. It's that good. Because I feel like everyone has been saying it's really good. Hey, Andros, thank you for the raid. How was the stream? You were thinking about watching it, and then you saw Noman recommend it. That's not gonna work. Why did I try it? These speedruns make the game so unenjoyable. I respect the hustle, but not the style. Okay. To each their own. I mean, like, you don't have to watch. You know, everyone has different hobbies. It's unenjoyable to you, perhaps, but I do it because I have fun with it. Oh, happy Easter, Luke. The space movie to watch right now is Mario Galaxy. True. Actually, I do... Okay. It's not that I need to go to the theaters, but at the same time, there is a Pikmin Bloom. There's a Pikmin Bloom mission for me to get a special Pikmin. But I need a seedling from the theaters. And I don't really go to any of the movie theaters nearby, like, frequently. So that would be an opportunity.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
Wait. Hold up. Going to the mall. Right. I wonder if I could... That is
Quella è
interesting.
una tavoletta
I
scenica.
think there is a mall with
Ti
a
guiderà
movie
dopo il
theater
risveglio dal tuo
that I could try and... The thing is with the malls, it's like... The chance that you get the right seedling is probably pretty low because there's so many. I do have a bunch of scanners, but like... I don't know, I wouldn't want to use like 5 scanners to try and get the movie theater Pikmin. But there might be a spot that I can stand where it's like... It'll just be the theater, I don't know. Just sit in the parking lot outside the theater. I was kind of thinking about that being the play. Although honestly, I don't know where the closest like movie theater is to my house. Because I feel like we don't really watch movies in theaters very often. So I've kind of...
Link.
And when we do, it's like we go to an IMAX theater or
Dirigiti al
whatever,
luogo
which, you
segnato
know, not
sulla
all of them
mappa della
have
tua tavoletta sceica.
the big screens. Dude, I finally linked my Pikmin Bloom account to my Nintendo account, so I have the blue Pikmin with the Mario hat. Because I was thinking, like, okay, so I need to do this to unlock the mission, to unlock the rest of the, like, Nintendo-themed Pikmin. I didn't realize the mission would be so specific. If you're on the latest version of the game, BLSS got patched. So you can do the like smuggle setup, but when you step up onto a ledge, it no longer works. And that's why you can't do BLSS. It is no longer in the game. So I'm playing on the last version that had BLSS because I never updated my Switch. Yeah, even Switch 1 latest version, they patched it on both. Yeah, I feel like this month's like event is kind of neat, especially because like I actually went to the Netherlands. Like I went to the Keukenhof garden. Or gardens, I guess, where they have all the tulips. And I ate, like, authentic stroopwafels. It's kind of funny, because before, I knew stroopwafels as, like, oh, that's the thing that I get on airlines. And I don't know if it's specifically United or not. But essentially, I would just get the, that's like the snack that they give. Okay, we'll continue this one. Why not? And they do taste pretty good. It's like a, what, caramel cookie thing. And you're supposed to eat it like, you get like a cup of coffee, and then I think you put the stroopwafel above the coffee to let it warm up. Which I don't know if I've actually done that myself. As I don't really drink coffee. And eat stroopwafel. Well, okay. The coffee that I drink is made by my brother, and the stroopwafels that I eat are almost exclusively on planes, and so it just doesn't line up. You know, the opportunities to do the combination, it's just not there, you know? You need to buy a plane. Yes. That's the solution. It's like a Tim Tam Slam, yeah. Kind of thing. One of your coworkers that worked at United put you onto them? Okay, so it is specifically United. Just find them destroying the game experience. I mean, I played the game for 200 hours without using glitches. Or, no, I guess I used glitches, but essentially I did my first playthrough of the game when the game came out. The same way you did. I got nearly 600 Koroks, completed all of the quests, completed all of the shrines, got all the towers. Pretty much 100% of the game other than Koroks, which, you know, if you'll excuse me, I think is somewhat reasonable. And then I learned the speedrun. And it's a way to enjoy the game that is different, because I'll never be able to play the game for the first time again. And, like, replaying the game, I don't find the same joy in it when I'm not, you know, speedrunning. I think that initial experience is gone. You know, I can't do that again. I don't have the same wonder of, like, discovering everything for the first time. But at the same time, this game is still my favorite. In fact, it's probably only still my favorite game of all time because I've started speedrunning it. And I find this way of playing to be more fun, even than my first playthrough. So overall, people just, you know, enjoy playing the games in different ways. And it's not like I ruined my experience with the game. Right, I, much like you, played through it. What I'm hearing is 100% glitchless runs coming soon. I think you might want to get your ears checked, Cubs. Perhaps. That was not quite the takeaway. Gotta induce amnesia. Imagine. Do you think that would be lucrative? You create a drug that allows you to, like, forget specific things? I mean, obviously it would be, but yeah, you could just, like, forget specifically Breath of the Wild, right? It has no other effect. And then you get to play the game again for the first time. It's kind of funny, though. I mean, we're, like, trying to... We're in this situation where I feel like they're just remaking old games. Like, a lot of the games that come out end up just being like, oh, this is a remake of an old title, as opposed to, oh, this is a new game with, like, a unique new experience. But, you know, it's like, people like the old games. So it's like, with the rumors or leaks or whatever about the OOT remake, it's like, well, I would enjoy playing OOT again, because it was a good game. Well, time to summon Mace. But, but at the same time, it's also like, it's not a new release. Of course, assuming the leaks and whatnot are true. You'd have to relearn speedrunning. I mean, that could be fun. I feel like the learning phase... Like, speedrunning for me is now different than it was before. When I was, like, learning the game, I didn't have any expectations. Where now it's like... Obviously, I have, you know, standards for how good my runs need to be and stuff like that. But, you know, when I started out, it was like... I had no idea that I would ever become, you know, the world record holder. I was just doing it for fun. There wasn't really as much of a sense of, like, competition.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that whole period, like, the reason I'm so hooked on speedrunning is partially because of that, right? That I was just having a lot of fun doing it. Dipping my toes in. Yeah, I think that should be good. Yeah, I'm the world record holder for 100% currently. Also, you are allowed to take breaks, according to the rules, so I didn't do a 14-hour run, or rather, the 14-hour run that I did for world record is not in one sitting, in case you were curious. Oh my goodness, please, Link. way over here. Yeah, and I think I need the Razor Shroom on this round. 34. Oh, no. Yeah. Not terrible. Yeah, I was thinking about it. The Lizalfos in Skyward, I feel like aren't as bad. They don't like move super fast, which is one of the big problems with the Breath of the Wild ones. They're just very kind of energetic and random. Scared of a little guy with a sword? I would be too. I think, probably. Oh, come on. What? Huh? I missed both hits? That's unreal. I did the slam early. Like I'm supposed to, I think. And then I missed both instead of getting 2 hits in. That's fine, whatever. Yeah, it's a grenade play. Do this. This is the French version. So I'm playing the game with my console set to French as the language. So the only thing that's different in-game is that the language of the text is in French. But that makes one of the cutscenes on the Great Plateau a little bit faster. And so for speedruns, we use the French version. We're also using Italian voice acting, which, assuming I make it to Dark Beast Ganon, you'll be able to hear it. And that's because the Dark Beast fight is slightly faster in Italian. Feeling refreshed out of our Skyward? A little bit. At the same time, it's also like not as big of a difference as I was hoping. That was close. I wonder if I slammed earlier, if it would have worked.
L'intero corpo di Ganon è pervaso da un rancore maligno. In questo stato è invulnerabile a qualsiasi attacco. Tenterò di contrastare questo rancore maligno, ma non resisterò. Tu colpisci dove brilla. Buona fortuna, Link. È il momento giusto!
Dude, I was thinking about this yesterday, because, you know, I finished Skyward, and the ending of Skyward is amazing, right? Demise is so cool. But compare Skyward to literally the next game. Right, we have Demise compared to Calamity Ganon. Oh man, not a good look. You go from like cool, super cool like King of Evil or whatever. It has so much aura. To like this weird spider thing that doesn't talk. Kind of just exists as, oh, it's, you know, evil incarnate or whatever. And you kill it. And then this pig shows up. And the pig is like also similarly not very not very cool. And yeah, like you think about it. I mean, Ganondorf shows up, right? You fight Ganondorf as the big baddie in so many of the games. And like Tears of the Kingdom, you know, Ganondorf is really cool. And the whole like ending sequence that you go through, like it was really good. I would say Skyward Sword is better, but you know, fighting Ganondorf was It's great. Yeah, I was like thinking about it, and I feel like Demise is just so much cooler than most of the other Zelda like final bosses and whatnot. Oh, thanks for the GGs. We got a 2350, which is not terrible. Not good, not terrible. This is roughly the same as last run, I would say, in terms of gameplay. Because last run I got loaded gate, but everything else it was probably pretty similar. So we take those. No, the world record is 22:51. So this run was around a minute off of world record.
Ti ho osservato tutto questo tempo.
And my PB is 22:56. So this was, 54 seconds off of my PB.
Le tue battaglie.
But
Per questo
I like to finish runs that
ho sempre
aren't
saputo
on pace because it's
che un
helpful for like
giorno saresti
practice.
riuscito a sconfiggere la calamità Ganon. Grazie, Link. Eroe di... Ti ricordi? Ti ricordi di me?
Nope, not even a little bit, Zelda. Anything sub 30 minutes is amazing. It's actually kind of close. If you do a glitchless run of Breath of the Wild, I think the best you could get is like close to 33 minutes maybe. There's actually been some movement in the bug limit world records recently, because Frozen and Dam have been doing runs, so those have dropped by a bit. But yeah, I don't know what like the best bug limit any percent run would be. If you assume bug limit is pretty much the same thing as glitchless, yeah, I'd imagine like a 33-ish minute run is the best you could get. Yeah, so the question of like what is a glitch is a very hard question to answer without there being
Svegliati.
arguments and debates. So like, wind bombs, a lot of people will say like it's more of an exploit than a glitch, but leaderboard wise we consider it a glitch.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Yeah, for a glitchless speedrun, we don't technically have a glitchless category, and I think partially the reason for that is because, if you make a category for glitchless, it needs to be more rigorous, I guess, for the definition, where we have instead bug limit, right, where you're limiting what bugs or glitches or whatever you're allowed to use. And so it can be like more subjective, because we're not saying you can't use any glitches, we're just limiting the ones that you're allowed to use. And so there's, I feel like, less or fewer arguments maybe about what counts as a glitch and what doesn't. We do ban wind bombs. But yeah, I would say like a proper glitchless run of this game would be pretty much the bug limit route, except you don't do the fall damage cancels. You don't do infinite horse stamina, I guess. Which, like, yeah, some of those are... I don't know. I just follow whatever the rule set says. Whether or not you consider infinite horse stamina like a glitch. It's more like you're jumping off the horse, entering bullet time, doing a shield jump so that you're able to like land on the horse faster than you would normally be able to like get back onto the horse. And so whenever you get onto a horse, you're gonna have max like horse stamina.
Svegliati.
That's just how the game works. And so it's really just a way to get onto the horse faster after you jump off. But, you know, the horse stamina like UI does glitch out a little bit, right?
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
And you're not supposed to be able to get back onto your horse that quickly. But it's like, is that a glitch? And it's like, oh, I don't know, man. I'm not the one to make the rules. No whistle sprinting. So actually, the biggest change to the route would be because of like whistle sprinting, I believe. If you weren't allowed to whistle sprint for glitchless, then you might not be able to climb up the mountain in the same way that we do it to get to cryo. In which case, you would have to like reroute. Because whistle sprinting lets you go up steep slopes without using any stamina. And so if you wanted to like climb up the mountain to get to cryo in the same way without whistle sprinting, I don't know if you could do it without also using either like stamina food or oats or something else.
Link.
Hey, what's up, Koopa Troopaling? Hello, Mitch. Thank you for the good luck.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Hey, what's up, Bottom? Thank you for the good luck as well. Why not call it no major glitches? Honestly, the bug limit and no major glitches, they're like both kind of terms for a similar concept, right? I believe bug limit originally was like more of the Japanese community's term for no major glitches or whatever. And not for Breath of the Wild, but for other like games. And we just kind of chose bug limit. But like, I think calling it no major glitches is fine. There's technically a distinction for Breath of the Wild. Because then major glitches is very subjective. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, the way bug limit is defined right now, it's essentially glitchless. Right? You can use, I think, maybe 3 things that could count as a glitch. Fall damage cancels, which was a somewhat new addition that was initially banned. I would say that's like the clearest glitch. Because you know, you're throwing a weapon, doing an equipment swap, and then you don't take damage no matter what distance you fall. Like, that's clearly not supposed to happen. And so that one was allowed because people wanted to allow it, right? Because it's not a glitchless category, so we should be allowed to use like 1 or 2 glitches, right? That's the idea, and it would make it more convenient for runners. So that got allowed, but initially it wasn't.
Svegliati.
And so the other 2 things that I would say kind of count are like whistle sprinting, maybe, and then infinite horse stamina.
Quella è una tavoletta shake.
And so if those are the only 3 things you're allowed to
Ti
use,
guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
where one of them used to not be allowed, it's like, it's pretty much glitchless. So yeah, like what is a major glitch? I feel like the line definitely wouldn't be drawn in the same spot. But that's where like my opinion on bug limit is that we should just convert it to glitchless. But obviously at this point it's been like 9 years or whatever, so I don't think it makes sense to change it. And like, I don't think we need to add a glitchless category because it would essentially be the same thing as bug limit. So I don't know. I've been thinking about making like a glitchless Breath of the Wild like speedrun video, kind of like I did for Tears of the Kingdom. But I would probably remove a couple things, and you know, it wouldn't be like an official speedrun because we don't have a category for it, but I would just use whatever my own rules
Link.
that I come up with for it
Link.
would be.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta shake.
Have I done speedruns for Skyward Sword? No. I actually just beat Skyward Sword for the first time yesterday. So yeah, in the future I'll speedrun it, but you know, I just did my casual playthrough, so. I don't know when I'll get around to it. No. Honestly, Skyward, I'm not sure where I would put it. I think my list right now goes Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and then third is interesting because it's like, is it Wind Waker? I think nostalgia-wise, it would be Wind Waker third, but I haven't played it in a long time. And I did really like Twilight Princess when I played it in September, so it's either Wind Waker or TP for third. And then the question is, what happens next, right? I would probably put... Because yeah, it's then Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Wind Waker, TP, and then the ones that are left are like OT, MM, and Skyward. And in my head, it'd probably go MM, Skyward, OT maybe, but I'm not sure. Because I feel like if I put If I put Skyward there, the ending definitely saved it for me. I think the rest of the game was like fine. It was good. But I wasn't having as much fun with it, I think, as the other games. And like, there's got to have been a reason that I tried to play the game 3 times. Or I guess I tried to play the game twice before and failed to complete it both times. So, Link Between Worlds. Okay, so if we're including like 2D Zeldas, then I'd have to like really look at all the options. I was just ordering all of the 3D Zeldas. Or like the big releases or whatever. Because yeah, I'm trying to think of like where all of the 2D Zeldas slot in. I think would be more difficult. Yeah, A Link Between Worlds was really good. A Link to the Past is pretty good. Minish Cap is obviously very good. I think like Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks both are pretty low on the list. What else is there? Link's Awakening, Echoes of Wisdom. I think Echoes was more enjoyable for me than Link's Awakening, but where on the tier list would I put it? I'm not sure. And yeah, in terms of
Svegliati.
rankings, I probably wouldn't put any of the 2D Zeldas
Svegliati.
above like TP and Wind Waker, right? It'd be like those first 4, and then that's where you can start adding in like 2D Zeldas.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
Yeah, Ocarina and Majora's, I don't know. I think it's been too long since I've played those games. So yeah, I'll probably replay them at some point like this year, maybe. And then I'll have a better idea of where they should be. Yeah, I've heard about the rumors. And my opinion on it is just a remake of OOT makes sense. It would be fun to play a remake, but other than that, I don't think there's too much else to say. Like, it'll be cool if they confirm it. I think I would want them to do a remake. It would also kind of be interesting, right? Because this is the point where they're remaking the game a second time.
Svegliati.
Because we've already remade like all the rest of the games, or released like an HD remake or whatever. And now we're going back and doing it again. Well, okay.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
The OOT 3D,
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
like those are remakes. They're then on handheld consoles. Whatever. Hey yo, it's of Cloud. No way, is that the Breath of the Wild staff member Cloud? I actually don't know if you're given the role yet. I better be careful what I say. Oh, dude, I got added. I'm now a leaderboard mod, I think. On SRC. I got an email about it. They've finally given me the rank of master. Or whatever the quote from Star Wars is.
Link. 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 Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Oops. All this news is huge for the program. Yeah, I can now like wreak havoc. Dude, April Fools came and went. Was there anything interesting that like happened? I feel like I kind of completely forgot about it. I just streamed casual Skyward Sword gameplay. That was it. Nah, that's not gonna work. Yeah, today is Easter. Which I did technically know before I started streaming. Because I forget, somebody mentioned it. Dude, the SMB1 drama is kind of crazy. Big oof. Wait. Moist, were you on the vote? I know you're like a big SMB1 runner, you know? I rigged the vote to ban Amiibo out of spite towards people. What's funny is that what? And nothing would change. My my PB is like the same place on the leaderboard for no Amiibo. We should start some drama. Yeah. I would like to report the new staff member for this message that was sent, trying to stir up drama within the community. Reasons listed: being bored. Did I bring any eggs? No. I don't think I have any eggs. Wait, hold up. Does this count? It's a capsule. But it's vaguely egg-like. Ooh, I wonder what's in there. It's not like I can see that there's an Oshawott in there. Wait, is that why Squimmy was playing the egg game? I guess he was a day earlier. Ow. He's trapped, yeah. I guess I could take him out of the capsule. Let's create a new category. No trees. No trees. That would be... Wait. No trees. You'd have to manipulate Dark Beasts in a certain way so that Dark Beast doesn't knock down any of the trees, right? You'd have to like make sure you're standing in a certain spot so that the laser beam and Dark Beasts like tusks and whatnot don't knock anything down. Which is presumably just like stand in front of it so that it doesn't turn. Like, I wonder if the, like, blindfolded method for defeating Dark Beast knocks down any trees. But yeah, otherwise, the only trees we knock down right now are, like, the tree that we wind bomb off of on Plat, and that might be it. Oh, no, the tree we use for the BLSS to cryo as well. So there's, like, 2? Yep, and people said Dark Beast was too easy. Hey, what's up, Progress fan? What's next? It might be Hundo again, to be honest. Yeah, the 3D Zelda any % challenge I was gonna do, but then I was like, well, I want to do one more any % grind for Breath of the Wild, and I don't know, I got kind of stuck on it.
Svegliati.
Hey, what's up, Libby?
Svegliati.
Hello, malfunctional.
Quella è una tavoletta a scelta.
But yeah, I might try Hundo, because like I'm curious to see how multi-streaming Hundo would go, since I haven't done it. And yeah, Skyward Sword was really just I did it as a sub goal, and then it was like, okay, well, I'll do it after I get a good any % PB, and then I never got a good any % PB, and got to the point where I was like, kind of having a hard time doing BLSS properly. So I was like, okay, I should probably take a break. So why not actually do the Skyward Sword playthrough? Hello, Tati. What's up, Mia? Mia, more like meow.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Alright. Type your favorite cat emote in the chat. Colon 3-3. There's an emote? Wait. What is it? I gotta see this one. I also can't actually see any of these cats because okay. Some pretty good choices. Because I still haven't bothered to fix my 7TV situation. Yeah, what's up, Cosney? We look insane. I'm glad you understand. It's like, I don't know. Is the emote the important, or is seeing the actual emote the important part, or is it communicating a certain emotion, right? Because like, I can do the conversion. I know what most of these emotes look like, or in some cases I can intuit what it looks like. And so, in that case, like, I know what you're saying. I can picture it in my head. So, therefore, it's fine. I imagine by this point, the fix is probably super easy. I just, like, reinstall or update FFZ or something like that. But we're in too deep. You can only do the conversion because I've seen it. This is true. And so in cases like this, I will look at my my on-screen chat in the OBS preview. If there's like an emote that I'm curious about, I'll check what it looks like. And it'll be committed to memory, kind of. Huge. Wait, it has a propeller hat? Oh, it does! Wait, that's really cute. I couldn't see it because it was too zoomed out. It's true, I am kind of missing out. Okay, this is probably gonna be like a 59, maybe? Yep. Yeah, it was a 59, which is not bad. Not good, and it would have been really good if I didn't hit the wall. There. Not bad. Hey, what's up, Steven? Thank you for the good luck. It's obviously too early to say it, but it almost feels like the 2-week break didn't do anything. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Okay, the temperature is pretty good outside. I'll open the windows. when I am able to.
Svegliati.
Because, yeah, it's like in the 80s today.
Svegliati.
Hopefully it cools down again. But the thing is, the more days that pass, the hotter it's supposed to be, right?
Quella è una tavoletta
In
scelta.
theory.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
No way. Isn't that kind of crazy though? If I could look outside and see snow, that'd be... Well, that would probably not be very good, to be honest. I don't think our infrastructure is designed to handle snow. Like, I could see it causing some major issues. But, like, physically, it would be pretty cool, huh? Good evening, Ineptitudinous. It was a nice break, yeah. Hopefully we can lock in again.
Link.
Yo, what's up, Jordan?
Dirigiti al luogo segnato
Let's
sulla
see.
mappa
Any
della
close
tua
attempts? I
tavoletta
actually have been
scelta.
playing Skyward Sword for the last 2 weeks. Well, Skyward Sword HD specifically. Yeah, I took a little break from any percent, so I'd say nothing great for the past 2 weeks because I just haven't been playing the game. But we're getting back into it, and I think I should be able to get some good runs in. Since stream 38? I mean, there probably were some pretty good runs after that stream. But I don't know. It's like there were so many good attempts that just weren't quite good enough. Or like, you know, got the bad RNG on the boss fights. So like could have PB'd with slightly better RNG, but still not, you know, world record range. But yeah, there were like a lot of good attempts. But it was also like, it just felt like my consistency with certain glitches was dropping to the point where, you know, I could probably get at least one PB paste run per stream. But the rest of it was like not going to be super quality. And so I think the break will hopefully help, but we'll see. Will there ever be a better Zelda than Breath of the Wild? Hopefully. Yeah, I don't know. I would say, yeah. I think they'll be able to beat it. But for a lot of people, Breath of the Wild might be the best game. Right? It's like, it's also a subjective thing, right? In this case, like, I think there's definitely a chance that they put out a game that is, holy moly. I guess I'll just grab this. That I enjoy more than Breath of the Wild. But, you know, do you think that they'll be able to put out a game that you'll enjoy more? Right, like some people don't think Breath of the Wild's the best Zelda game. So for them it's much easier to imagine. And yeah, I think there's definitely room to improve upon Breath of the Wild. At least casually. I mean, like, casually, I actually liked Tears of the Kingdom more than Breath of the Wild. It's really the glitches that make it... or make the difference. Can you stop typing in all caps? I don't know how to say your name. But... I think you're a little bit too excited. And you also don't seem to know much about Breath of the Wild speedrunning. Which in itself is not bad. It's just when you're trying to tell me to press X repeatedly in a situation where pressing X would actually lose me time. Like right here, right? I'm gonna skip this cutscene. But this next cutscene, I'm not gonna skip, and that's because it's faster to not skip it. So right here, I'm intentionally not pressing X because the load out of the shrine is faster if I wait until the text has disappeared. So that's a situation where, like, you know, I'm doing something to go faster that you're not aware of. And, you know, I know what to do to go as fast as possible. You don't need to try and tell me. Ah, that was the wind. Hey, Fuzzy, thank you for the 29-month resub. Do I have a favorite Zelda game? Me? Breath of the Wild. Pretty easily. Yeah, Slushy, this is version 1.6. So I didn't update my game. And the speedrun leaderboard has two separate categories. One for the old version that has DLSS, which is the hovering glitch. And one that is for, like, the latest version of the game, where your DLSS is patched. So I'm running the version that still has access to DLSS. Half of the way to the big 58-month sub anniversary. Yeah, the math checks out. Thank you, Fuzzy. Oh, oops. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good. True, true. Everybody does love a 58-month resub. When you think about it, what is the difference between 58 and 60, right? 2 months. But 60 happens to be, you know, 5 times 12. Therefore, it's cooler because it's, you know, one of the yearly resubs or whatever, year anniversary, etc., etc. But like, otherwise, there's not a huge difference between the two. It's very arbitrary what we assign more value to. $58 is cooler. It does have a 5 in it. So that is pretty cool. Are you sure you didn't downgrade? I am, yeah. You can actually tell, right? Every time I boot up the game, it pops up this this text prompt that says, "There's an update. Do you want to update?" And I have to go and say, "No, please just start the game." So if I ever mess that up and don't react fast enough, the game will update. And I'll lose my ability to speedrun on this version using this switch. Technically, there is a way to get it back, but that's where things start to get into the homebrew territory. Yeah, I could stop it from updating. I have no fear that I'll actually update. Because, like, I'd have to be asleep at the wheel for it. But, you know, technically, there is a worry that I could update.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry to hear that. And best of luck.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Have I played any other games? Oh, other than Zelda? The last game I played was probably Legend ZA, I think. Right? That was like in October-ish. Yeah. Doesn't it get boring? Not really. Well, I mean, in a way, okay, one, the kind of activity of speedrunning is different from, you know, playing a game normally, right? Because you're not just playing the game, you're trying to improve your skills. You're practicing and you're, you know, working towards a goal. When you're playing a game casually, it's like, you know, you're just trying to experience the story and have fun, right? With speedrunning, the fun comes from, you know, the improvement and the process of trying to be better than you were before. And so fundamentally it's like different. But yeah, I would say for me, the reason I'm such a good speedrunner is not because I'm naturally better at gaming than other people. In fact, if you... I mean, I'm probably like decent if you throw me into most games. But I'm not like generally better. Like if you throw me into Mario Party, right? I'm actually not very good at it, having not really played that much Mario Party in my life. But the thing that makes me a good speedrunner is that, yeah, I'm able to do speedruns over and over without getting bored of it. And, you know, some people are just built like that. It's because he's sick in the head, that's why he's above average. Yeah, I'm built different.
Svegliati.
Also, wait. So the reason I started running into the pot instead of jumping onto it is because I kept on messing up the jump.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
So when I jump onto the pot, if I don't jump from the right spacing or with the right amount of momentum, then the pot doesn't break. And so I find I'm less consistent at doing that than I would like. Because anytime I fail to break the pot by landing, you know, properly on top of it, I lose probably like 2 seconds or something. Well, 1 to 2 seconds. And I can avoid that by just running into it. The kind of idea with jumping onto the pot was that it would be a little bit faster because you're able to pull out the bow in the air. But I'm pretty sure that isn't meaningfully faster. And so if I'm able to break the pot every single time by running into it, I should just do that instead. Because yeah, I used to run into the pot back in the day.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
27 is good. Interesting. I think that's too late. Okay. I do wonder if there's any game that I would go back to, I guess, in the hopes that as a better gamer, I would maybe not like enjoy it more, but actually be able to finish it, I guess, would be Spyro. Because I played it as a young lad, and there were like 2 levels where I got hard stuck. And I've mentioned this before on stream, but it's like there's this level with these mud monsters on platforms that are like descending in height. And so you have to like, well, I guess in Spyro,
Svegliati.
every gem is unique. So to 100% the game, you need to collect every single gem. And so I was like so bad at the game
Quella è una tavoletta
that
shake.
I wasn't able to like fly from
Ti
one
guiderà
platform
dopo
to the
il
next
risveglio dal tuo
consistently enough to like get all of the gems from the mud monsters. And so I literally had to farm lives multiple times in order to do it. And so it probably took me like 1 to 200 lives to finally complete it. And, you know, that's like a mark of shame or whatever. That just shows how bad I was at the game. But the real kicker was that, okay, yeah. Oops. The real kicker was that I was unable to beat the final boss. And I got mad enough that, yeah, I got banned by my brothers from playing the game. I don't know exactly what I did. Maybe I threw something or similar, but they're like, all right, we're cutting you off. Yeah, good nasty gnork. They were like the two thieves that you had to get, like, I don't know if it was like a key that you had to grab from them, but the way they like ran around the level, you had to catch them, and I just couldn't do it, and so I never beat the game. But now I'm a much better gamer, so like surely if I went back to it, it would be super easy.
Svegliati.
It's not you, it's Spyro. I wonder
Svegliati.
about that.
Quella è una tavoletta sceika. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
Are you getting overwhelmed trying to plan a single day of hiking? Just don't plan it and hike. Get lost in the mountains. And then, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. Live with nature, in nature. Build yourself a hut for survival. Go hunt and gather.
Link,
Be free.
dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceika.
Walk out your front door and, and go. Well, presumably for most people, that would not get you to a very interesting location. Unless you walked for a while. Oh, that was kind of sad. Really, man? Oh, God. Link, please. Oh, no, not the ticks. Started pricing out GDQ, and I thought it was a lot of money, so I started pricing out a trip to Japan. Well, how did that go? I mean, even if it is more, it is different, right? Like, there could definitely be a lot more value to going to a place like Japan, where it's going to be a completely different culture. Lots of different places you could go and sightsee compared to going to Minneapolis. No, I'm not saying Minnesota
Svegliati.
is like a
Svegliati.
barren wasteland, but it's definitely not going to be as interesting.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Just like walk to Minnesota. All right, I see you, Jordan. Because then you save money on the like plane tickets. That's like 800 right there. I wonder how much extra. Well, okay, I guess it's not extra, but how much money you would have to spend to make the trip. Because if you fly, you know, it's shorter, it's more direct. And so you don't have to like pay for lodging or like any of the meals or potentially gas or whatever other expenses there are on the way. But flights are expensive. So like what is the comparison there? You'll sleep in a box at the end of the road and eat pizza crusts, right? Look, pizza crusts aren't so bad.
Svegliati.
I mean, personally, I think the crust is good.
Quella è una
I'm a
tavoletta
fan.
sceicca.
Stuffed crusts?
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
Wait, it's only a 13-hour drive? That's actually not too bad. You know what's funny? That's like driving... Oh, let me think. Okay, it's definitely more than driving from SoCal to NorCal. Unless you count... Well, NorCal doesn't... There are parts of the northern part of California that generally aren't referred to as NorCal, or rather, when people talk about NorCal, it's not the very, you know, upper edge of it. It's more like halfway. But yeah, it'd be like driving from the bottom of California to the top. Is that kind of messed up?
Link.
It's like, it's very large.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
You need a car, but you can't afford it. Right. Yeah, that would be a bummer. Just like Mm. Yeah. Hope that helps. Finished doing my taxes. You taxes. GG. Hopefully they don't kill you. It's recommended you get there early so it's not too hot, but you'd be getting there around 1 p.m. Right. Dude, there was a day I went hiking with my friends, and oh man, we got there like... We got there so early. It was like 8 a.m. maybe? I forget. But it was like... Oh. There was like nobody there though. It was kind of nice. And it did end up being like quite chill. So it was worth it, but for a guy like me, that's a little on the early side. And then not only is it like super early compared to when I usually wake up, it was also like 13 miles, I think, that we hiked. So yeah, I think that was the most walking I've done on Pikmin Bloom. It was like 30, it was, I think, over 30k steps for the day. Rec, maybe reload while a bomb explosion is active. It's something you gotta do every so often to remind yourself how slow it is. Like the fact that it's legitimately faster to close out of the game and reopen it is just funny. I don't know why it does that. Like, what is the reason behind it? You don't know why he'd tell you to do that? Because he's not a good friend. That's probably it.
Svegliati.
No, we call it an infinite load, but it's not actually infinite.
Quella è una tavoletta shake. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
I mean, both can be true. Yeah, friends don't tell each other to waste their time. How long does it actually take? I don't remember. At least longer than it takes to close out of the game, open it, and then reload a save. Which I don't have like a good timing for that. I would guess it takes maybe 2 minutes, maybe? Gonna drive to his apartment right now and tell me he's a bad person. I thank you for doing us all a service. While you're there, you should grab his switch and then reload a save while blowing up a bomb.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Oh, I've done it on a Switch too. I don't remember what the result was. It was like, well, I remember it being a long load still. And I imagine it's the same situation where like, it's still faster to close out of the game and reopen it. But I don't know if the like, amount of time spent loading is shorter by a significant amount. I didn't time it. Huh? Oh, I didn't get skew. Yo, what's up, Andy? Hello, Topus. Hey, thank you for the good luck, DRA. How do I like Skyward? It's good. I like it. I think if the ending wasn't as like peak as it was, then it would probably be my least favorite of the 3D Zeldas. But I did really like the final showdown. And like the lead up to that. I think you've left it there for a few minutes. It still didn't load. Wait, hold up. I'm kind of curious now. Let's see. We can try it. And time it. Let's see. Maybe like this one. Dude, the fight is so cool. Okay, wait. Let me try that again. I just defaulted to doing a wind bomb, but I don't need to do the wind bomb. I just need to blow up the bomb in bullet time. Okay, so now let's see. I'm going to reload a save. And we'll do it like this. Okay, so this should take a really, really long time. And yeah, I guess to explain for everyone, if you have, or if you like blow up a bomb and then reload during the bomb explosion, I don't know if you need to be in bullet time for it, or it just makes it easier to get the like really long load. We call it an infinite load, but it's not actually infinite. But yeah, it's like it's gonna take over a minute for sure. We can look at tips. Why not? Okay, honestly, not even that bad. That's only like a minute 10. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it is faster to like close out of the game. And and then reopen it. But not by that much, if it's only about a minute. Infinite equals about 1 minute. Yeah. You didn't know? Yeah, whenever they talk about infinity in math, making like a big deal about it, it's actually not even that long. It's only like a minute. That's a lifetime for a speedrunner. Mm-hmm. Why does it take so long? I don't know exactly what's going on in the game to make it load so slowly. Somebody might know, but I'm not that person. I just know that it happens.
Svegliati.
Heard they fixed load
Svegliati.
times on Switch 2. I mean, they made load times faster, but if you do the same thing on a Switch 2, it's similarly gonna take a really long time.
Quella è una tavoletta Sheikah. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
But you know, it's probably gonna be faster than a minute. I haven't like timed it on a Switch 2. See, the ship is so odd, it slows it down. Oh, you mean like sand ship? I feel like sand ship was kind of cool. Well, the dungeon itself. I didn't really like the boss. But I feel like you can't make the bow not feel satisfying in a Zelda game. It's just impossible. Hey, thank you. Level 9 or level 100 Marie. I don't think I've ever done it.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta Sheikah.
Because I'm also a fan of Ampharos. Not sure. Yes. Maybe if I went to Japan, I would meet real life Hatsune Miku. I mean, there's the guy who married Hatsune Miku, right? What now? Oh, have you not heard about this? Some guy, like, married Hatsune Miku. Which I think the, like, hologram service or whatever... Yeah, I don't know exactly how the arrangement works. I think it's more of like an on-paper thing. But yeah, I want to say like the hologram service kind of shut down recently, so it was like in the news, but this was from like a while ago. Let's see, just joined. What is your best time been of like the stream? I think a 2350 of all time. 2256. And get off the plane, which will be right there. I think more likely you'll see like Mario or maybe Pikachu. I forget. But in the airport, I think there are like Nintendo or Pokemon characters. And you're like, yo, I recognize those characters. Huge. Let me grab this. And we'll just get Razor Shroom. That's fine. That worked. Yeah, the goal is world record. My PB is 5 seconds off. But we'll see. It's pretty difficult to beat. To karaoke. Oh my goodness. Dude, when's the last time you guys watched the I think it was My Way performed by Toad. And it's some guy like doing their best Toad impression while singing My Way. And I think it's like one take. It's a masterpiece for sure. Would highly recommend listening to it right now at max volume. Oh, David, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate that. Yeah, what's up, chicken? Current world record is a 2251. No, I couldn't. I couldn't give you an example. I actually don't even know. I think it would take me a few tries to figure out what people do to their voice to make it sound like Toad. Like, what do you do to recreate it? I don't know if I've ever tried.
Svegliati.
Yo, what's up, Rue?
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
Yeah, it does require something extra. Call me boring, but I'm good without sounding like Toad. Oh my goodness. Wait, we've got a pro here? Yeah, I think I'll pass. But...
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Good morning, Lodan. Yo, what's up, Nemo? Skyward Sword player speedruns Breath of the Wild. Oh, wait, should I update my title? It's true. I am one of the people in this world who has beaten Skyward Sword HD. That's true. It took me 3 tries, but I finally did it. When is the next vid? Hopefully soon. I like have a video that is, you know, fully scripted. I've recorded the voice lines. I've recorded a lot of the footage, but I haven't recorded all of the footage, and I haven't, you know, essentially figured out how to lay out all of the sections. Like a lot of it is just pretty easy, but there's like a... the finishing touches and figuring out the sections that aren't as simple as just play some footage. That makes sense to play here. It's like, oh, do I want a graphic or something similar? So yeah, like hopefully soon, but I've been saying that for a while. Good evening, Swanky of the cheese variety. Except for the 3 tries, I only had to do it once. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's true, you got me. Okay, I think there's no reason not to eat other than being addicted to gambling. Because, like, I have extra food for this purpose, right? To make sure that I don't die. And it's not like this is gonna PB, so... it makes more sense to not die. Am I using different amiibo? So I'm using an amiibo emulator. So every time it scans an amiibo, it randomizes the ID. So I'm scanning the same type of amiibo over and over. Right, it's all Wind Waker Link. But, you know, they're technically not counted as the same exact amiibo because they each have a separate ID. And yeah, that is handled by the device that I'm using. So it's pretty convenient as a speedrunner. Honestly, it's pretty convenient as a casual player as well, because the device itself has a bunch of different amiibos already like loaded onto it. So like if I wanted to have all of the different Zelda amiibos so that I can get all of the different, you know, unique items from them, I can do that very easily. They thought you were talking about farts. Yeah, I could see that. Wind bombing. It is a little bit unfortunate, but that's a pretty easy image to conjure. Got Daisy from Animal Crossing in there? I'd have to check. There's an Animal Crossing folder, but I don't think I've ever looked through it. Isn't Daisy from Mario? Oh boy. Yeah. Okay, it's fine. She's a little Animal Crossing dog with purple ears. I'll have to look this up. Daisy Animal Crossing. Okay, hold up. I look up Daisy and then the first yeah, the first autocomplete is Daisy Mario. Animal Crossing. Whoa. They're pretty cute. Alright, is Sia drifting asleep? I'm like in 19.5 seconds behind. Okay, I think this could be a 12 flat. Or this should be a 12 flat, I guess. Yeah, are you asking about the hovering glitch that I just did? Okay, 12:51, yeah. Yo, what's up, K? Happy Easter. Yeah, so that one, yeah, it's called Bowlip Smuggle Slide. And let's see, you smuggle an item to Link's hand at the same time that you also smuggle the bow to Link's hand. And in this special, like, smuggle state, if you try and step up onto a small ledge, or I guess step up onto a ledge in general, Link's, like, step-up animation gets interrupted. And so he'll be constantly in this step-up state. Not being affected by gravity. And is what allows him to... Oh, that is such a shame. Oh! No! What? Wait, what? That's actually kind of funny. I guess I was on 1 durability. Why was I on 1 durability? How does that happen? I must have taken extra damage on, like, the slide to... No, the shield surfs down to Temple of Time? And then maybe I took damage on Cryo ESC, like setting skew, because that can happen. Yeah, without a shield, I can't really clip in. I could have... If that happens in a no reset situation, you can run around and enter castle from a different spot. But yeah, without a shield, I can't clip. So I'd have to go around the long way. And at that point, I'm not going to continue it. But yeah, that's kind of funny. Because, like, generally, this route is, like, not super strict on durability, in that the potlet has 10 durability, right? You use some of it to shield surf to the Temple of Time, and then you use... I think it's like you sometimes use 1 durability to clip into, or to ESC into bombs, but it's also like kind of a dirt patch. So that one, I think, can also not use durability, depending on where you do the shield jump. At least that's what Moist said.
Svegliati.
And he would never lie, I think.
Svegliati.
Use 1 durability for setting skew for mag clip, and then you reuse that skew to get into stasis. So
Quella è una tavoletta
you don't use an
scelta.
extra durability to get into stasis, and then
Ti
you do
guiderà
ESC
dopo il
into
risveglio dal
cryo,
tuo-
which shouldn't use any durability because you're doing a shield jump onto snow. So yeah, overall it's like you really only use 3 durability for plateau. I guess you can use a durability by jumping or shield jumping into the cutscene trigger at the end if you don't dismount the shield before you land. But that one is, again, kind of optional. What's your plan to beat the blights? You grab strong weapons, cook attack up food, level 3, so that is a 1.5 times damage multiplier, and then kill them with strong weapons. Do they have knees? No, they don't have
Link. Link.
legs.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Kikwis don't have shoulders. Oh my goodness. Look, I already said I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Olu was like trying his best. And I shattered his dream. Oh my goodness, that's funny. Yeah, the classic a ragdoll cancel in front of the monk, and then don't realize you're gonna get a ragdoll cancel, so you run the opposite direction. I mean, I would have said that should be a ragdoll cancel, but it looked like it wasn't gonna give me one because it took a bit.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Oh, yo, what's up, Whoopier? Yeah, welcome in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I need you, I need you, I need you, and then I need you. Oh, I guess we're going. No backup food. We're going all in. I'm throwing! What? Okay, really? You're telling me that didn't clip? Well, okay, the first one I could see it, kind of. The second one, that wasn't angled enough. I got my doubts. Siri, play I Need You by BTS. Do you think that would work? Like, some random person's Siri just actually started playing it? See, if a streamer did that to me, or while I was watching, it wouldn't work, because I'm never... Okay, I'm surviving this, yeah. I'm never listening through speakers, right? So, like, my phone wouldn't be able to hear what is being played. Yo, David, thank you for another gifted sub. Appreciate that. Also, what's up, Ventaman? Hello, Caleb. Thank you for the good luck. What's up, Preformed? Nice, 57. See, that felt good. Yeah, 112 entry. Alright. I think I just need to have more confidence in the slides. Because yeah, that slide felt good, and I feel like the previous stasis slides have felt decent enough. I've just been messing up a little bit on the kind of like after I go up the hill. not gonna work. Unless I get really lucky, which I don't. So BLSS got patched. It doesn't work on the latest version of the game. So if you updated Breath of the Wild within the last year, then you can't do it anymore. I'm playing on an earlier version of the game because I did not update. That should be good enough. Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. There are ways of getting back to an earlier version of the game, but they're kind of annoying. See, how do I feel about the fact that people across the country watch my streams? I mean, it's people across the world. It's kind of, it makes you think about how crazy it is that we have all the technology that we do. Humanity has... made magic happen. Like, what do you mean somebody in Australia is watching my stream? Yeah, it makes me think that that must be fake, right? Like, who's to say that any of you are actually real? I could just be being gaslit, you know? Do I have proof that you're actually watching from a different... One, that you're actually watching.
Ooh.
Two, that you're a real person. And then three, that you're located somewhere in like a different country or similar. What if Twitch and YouTube are just like auto-generating messages and stuff like that? Wait, that was really well done. If you beat world record, will you stop streaming daily? No. I mean, I've already, like, I don't stream Monday, Tuesday generally, but every other day I stream. The day counter is really just to make it more interesting. Something to, like, latch onto, I guess. It also gives an idea of like the amount of time or the scale of the grind. Like, yeah, it's been a solid 50 days of streams. But yeah, it's not like I stream every single day. But I do stream like 5 days a week generally. Are you kidding? Dude, I feel like I've been getting that same world load every single time. And I don't think I'm jumping out of the slide that much later. Like, that seems still early enough that I shouldn't be getting that. Dude, this reminds me of the meme where it's just like all the different Tom Scott intros. And he's just like, hi, I'm at, and then some random location that you've never heard of. Which, dude, Tom Scott is back. Wait, I didn't need the razor shroud. That's kind of funny. Like, where else am I gonna learn about how people make bells for like churches and stuff? Information that I never knew I needed. And I don't need, because I've probably forgotten, you know, a fair chunk of what was actually in the video. Plus 19. Honestly, with loaded gate, that's not terrible. Yo, what's up, King Cobra? Hello, Chungus. Is the 2256 recent? It's from maybe like a month ago. So yeah, pretty recent. Oh, please don't tell me it's from a month ago. That would hurt my soul. RIP. Because yeah, essentially that means I haven't uploaded a video in over a month for YouTube. It's not good. Did you just censor fricking?
In questo stato è invulnerabile a qualsiasi attacco. Tenterò di contrastare questo rancore maligno, ma non resisterò. Tu colpisci dove brilli. Buona fortuna, Link. È la tua occasione.
Also, manually splitting is not, I wouldn't call it annoying. If anything, it's satisfying. I mean, I've never had an auto splitter, right? So I don't know what it feels like. But I've never been annoyed by splitting. If you meant to be spamming GG in the YouTube chat, then please don't do that. You only gotta hit it once. well, thanks for the keys. Wait, 2409? Didn't I get like a 24... Was it 2409? Hold up. I gotta see. Oh my goodness. Wait. Hold on. I did. I got a 2409 as the first completed run of the day. It was a 2409.91 where I got loaded gate. Is that not consistency? This is another loaded gate 2409. What can I say? They say consistency is key. So we are probably... Yeah. But, let's see, does this... Let's skip to the credits. I gotta go to the bathroom and fill my water. Sorry, Zelda. I need you to play the credits music. Alright, well anyway, I'll BRB with more runs. All right. Just got a 2-minute 30-second ad. Y'all think it's gonna finish by the time I come back? Did it finish? Oh, we gotta know. Cause yeah, I run ads when I take a break, because it's the only time that I know for sure that nothing is happening. Does the US use liters for pop? For pop? I'm sorry, do you mean soda? It's pop. Keep telling yourself that. Do you guys actually use pop? That's kind of funny.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
You've never seen a 2-liter?
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
Yeah. We used to get 2
Ti guiderà
liters
dopo il risveglio dal tuo
super often. Because, like, what? A family of 5 boys who would drink a fair amount of soda on the weekends. So it'd be like, yeah, you're allowed to have a 2-liter with a dinner on the weekend. But, you know, it's split amongst a bunch of people, so. It's supper, not dinner. Oh my goodness. What's next? You don't call chips chips? They're like crisps or something? Are you gonna start calling cookies biscuits?
Link.
Based on the 90% category, is it possible to clear 1.6 version in 20 minutes or less? If not, how many minutes do you think you can cut it down to? So, in theory, it might be possible to beat the game in under 20 minutes with, like, a spliced run. You know, if you did literally everything perfectly, including using strats that are too difficult to do as a human being. In other words, a tool-assisted run could potentially get sub 20, but for like a real runner, not really. I think a more realistic estimate for how fast we could get the run right now is maybe like a 22, 30 something. With like all the strats that we use. A tool assisted run. You get sub 20. Probably. The thing is, we don't really have like a full task of the game, because like task tools aren't super advanced for Breath of the Wild. So you wouldn't be able to do a full game task without splicing. But yeah, there's like some strats that haven't been recreated by a human that have been shown to work with tasks that would save time on plateau. I don't know how much time, because I wasn't following it very closely. But essentially, it's the kind of thing where like you can complete a shrine that's not on the Great Plateau as one of your 4 shrines to like get the paraglider. And so that means that you don't have to get the ability within that shrine or whatever, and so you can save some time. But it's like ridiculous. To imagine a human being like doing that, and then also doing everything else in the speedrun. Like even right now, I don't think anyone's been able to get close to replicating it. What version is this? This is 1.6. So it's the latest version that has the DLSS. Okay, I still have 58. $112, okay. Thank you, Mr. Red Slimy. I feel like my stasis with bombs have been kind of iffy. Oh, yo! Wait, there we go. We got the sub 9 stasis. That's good. That's not gonna work. Hey, what's up, Dan? Yeah, ZFG's he's pretty cool. He was crazy. There was a what? Oh my goodness. Stepsis Enjoyer, thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. That's quite the username. But yeah, like I was saying, I went to like this charity event called Heroes of Time, which I did a run for Heroes of Time in March. For the second like iteration of it. But yeah, last year I went to Heroes of Time 1 and ZFG was there. And one of the segments was doing an archipelago with a bunch of different Zelda games and a bunch of different people. And they put the ZFG on OOT, so he was just constantly getting checks where like everyone else would get like stuck, right? Oh, I can't do any more checks because I don't have enough items. But you look over at DFG and he's just doing magic. Those games are so broken. But yeah, it was pretty amusing. You got people like, oh, I guess I can't play the game anymore until somebody picks up a certain item. But that pretty much never happened. Okay, I'm just gonna ban you, or... Thank you, Teabag.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, you still clipped? I thought you lost your skew in Magnesis. No, so for the stasis clip, we reuse the same skew. Skew only gets used up if you complete a shield jump. And so when I do the wind bomb, I do a shield jump and unequip my shield before it, but I unequip early enough that it doesn't lose skew. Hey, what's up, Frozen? Hey, thank you for the good luck. I did come back. I didn't convert to become a Let's Player. maybe I shouldn't have come back. This game has been treating me awfully. Like, I swear I've gotten loaded gate 4, maybe 5 times today of the 6 times that I've made it to castle. This is actually so dumb. Ooh. Like, you know, I'm not trying to get... I don't think I'll PB, right? But I still want to not have to go through the gate every time. It's annoying. This didn't happen in the Skyward Sword playthrough. True. Okay, T21. Some would say I'm the greatest to ever do it. Oh my goodness, what a good backup. It's actually so funny to... Like, that doesn't work every time, unfortunately. And I don't know exactly why. Like, sometimes when I do it, I'll, like, head bonk. Oops. There. This is probably not gonna work. Well, maybe. I mean, I've lost a ton of runs to win bombs. More times than I can count. It's It's almost like at this point, I don't really consider a run to be like on pace unless I've made it past Cryo with Bomb. You manipulate where Fireblight goes in phase 2? I don't think so. Well, I don't know. It's weird because I think there is some amount of it, right? In that Fireblight literally never goes to there's like 2 spots where Fireblight can go. Technically, there is a 3rd, but Fireblight never goes there based on like the way we do lights. So I feel like there is some room for manipulating which ways the blights go. But I don't know how that works. And if somebody could figure it out, then that would be swell, because then we could maybe figure out how to get Water Fight to behave. That was gonna be good too. Unfortunate. Why doesn't my shield break? So your shield doesn't take any damage if you perfectly parry an attack. So right there, I could parry an infinite number of Calamity's attacks with the same shield, and it would never break. It's just the way the game works.
È invulnerabile a qualsiasi attacco. Tenterò di contrastare questo rancore maligno.
Yeah, parry the platypus.
Tu colpisci dove brilla. Buona fortuna, Link. Mira alla luce! Piano, si sta indebolendo.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so I just I read the message. I've seen you kick Ganon's ass so many times, it never gets old. But I saw it initially missing one of those words.
Funziona in difficoltà.
Which greatly changes the meaning. Yeah, at a glance I read it as, I've seen Ganon's ass. I guess technically 2 words. So many times, never gets old.
Ancora un po'. Lo abbiamo quasi sconfitto.
Oh, I see you, Marty.
Link, guarda la sua testa. Finiscilo, Link.
2348. That's not bad. Wait. This is with a loaded gate, right? If I'm not mistaken. So this really would have been a 23, like, 2x. And that's not terrible. I mean, a 2348 is also not terrible, but it's not, like, good. But yeah, I lost, like, over 20 seconds. So. All right, well, thanks for the GGs. We got to go again. I feel like I'm pretty happy with how today's going. Initially, I was a little concerned, but no, it seems to be going fine. Oh, are there any Pikmin bloomers out there who have mushroom tries that need to be used right now? As I have one more try left for the day.
Svegliati.
The weekends are always interesting because, like,
Svegliati.
oh my goodness. Okay, I need to make sure this chat message goes through. It got caught in the YouTube's filter.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
How many runs have I done of any percent ever? Do you mean like attempts or completed runs? Because attempts, I think I'm probably at like 20,000-ish. Completed runs, probably somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000. Something like that. But yeah, the weekends are interesting because it's like with the inclusion of the giant mushrooms and 3 bullhorns, it's like everyone can join everything. But that makes it like really difficult to actually join the right number of mushrooms. And it's like, do I, while I'm on my walk, right? Because there are no mushrooms
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta scelta.
nearby that I can't, or like I can't access a mushroom from my house. And so it's like I go on a walk and I have to think like, okay, should I do an extra mushroom with a weak squad just to make sure that I'm doing enough, or like using up my free tries? Or do I think that I'm gonna get enough like invites that it'll be fine? You require context. This is for Pikmin Bloom. It's like Pokemon Go, but for Pikmin. I'm not doing mushrooms. Yeah, I could add an attempt counter in live split. The thing is, the attempt counter wouldn't. One, I don't really like how it looks. It makes the timer look a little bit crowded. And then two, it wouldn't be accurate for like the total number of any percent runs I've done, because I've used multiple different splits files for multiple different routes. Right, so when BLSS was discovered, I made a new splits file for it. All right. Yeah, thank you, MZ. Are you popular enough that it'll be fine? I'm pretty sure. No, BLSS is not in 1.9. I mean, realistically, for these normal mushrooms, you just need to get 5,000, right? Because there's no way we're gonna get 3 stars, and so as long as you get 2 stars, then that's like as effective as you're gonna be, because it doesn't increase the amount of rewards that you get. What? No. Oh, this circle bomb strikes again. That's unfortunate. Okay, 148. Dude, Pikmin Bloom speedruns. You know, people always say that, like, pick any game, there will be people like speedrunning it. But how do you speedrun Pikmin Bloom? And, you know, like actually create a leaderboard for it. Oh, snap. Wait, we're like totally chilling. I think I just got a notification that... at least like 3 different people joined. Yeah, it is in fact the Californians. We appreciate your services. I don't think you can speedrun that game. Yeah, right? Like, a mobile game that requires or that has like an energy system. Essentially, you get like 3 free tries for the day. And otherwise, like, what do you even speedrun, right? Getting a certain number of decor, maybe. But even that is like, there's nothing you can really properly speedrun without making it too like RNG heavy and stuff like that. Dude, do you guys remember there was a point where I feel like Lim did
Svegliati.
Genshin speedruns?
Svegliati.
I'm not making that up, right? I'm pretty sure he did like Genshin Impact speedrunning. And I don't remember how it worked.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
Hey, thank you for the good luck, Draco.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Yeah, I think it was like you start a new account and then you try to do something. Maybe clear a certain quest as quickly as possible, and I don't think you're allowed to swipe. At least it probably wouldn't make sense to have it be like a pay to win speedrun. You wouldn't want it to be pay to win like Breath of the Wild. Those filthy speedrunners and their amiibos. Back then you called Nintendo if you were stuck. Dude, that is actually so funny. And we should bring that back.
Link. 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 Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Tears has the same mechanics as Breath of the Wild, as in the physics system. It's... yeah, something like that. I mean, like, there are plenty of different mechanics, but the base, like, physics engine, I think, is the same. But yeah, the way the speedruns play out, it's pretty different. Like, you can't do wind bombs in Tears of the Kingdom for various different reasons.
Svegliati.
and stuff like bullet time works differently,
Svegliati.
and how it uses your stamina, stuff like that.
Quella è una tavoletta sceika. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
You went from NES to N64. Holy. Dude, we have... Okay, I'm pretty sure the first... Or the earliest console we have is the N64. I think. I don't know. Certainly the first console I played was... Wait, when did the N64 come out? Hold up. Uh, 1996. I wonder what the first console I played on was. Because, like, that predates me, right? In terms of release date. I guess, when was the GameCube? The GameCube was 2001. So, I am as old as the GameCube. Oh, no, I'm a little bit older because it was September, right?
Svegliati.
No way. It was released in Japan
Svegliati.
on September 14th, 2001. In North America on November 18th, 2001. And in Europe on May 3rd, 2002. Big L for Europe.
Quella è una tavoletta sceika. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
But yeah, I played games on the N64, but by the time I was playing games, we would have had a GameCube as well. So I don't know like what the first console I played a game on was. And by that point, you know, I probably also had access to like the handhelds, right? Because we had like Game Boys, or a Game Boy Color, a Game Boy Advanced, and then we got a DS Lite whenever that came out. But that was probably later. And like when did I start playing video games? When do people start playing video games? Was I like a 5-year-old maybe?
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa
We're being
della tua
stoked for Wind
tavoletta
Waker.
sceika.
Well, that's because Wind Waker's sick. Hey, what's up, Bluebird? You binged Chainsaw Man? Are we talking like the anime or the manga? Or is it still too soon? I've actually seen pretty much nothing about the ending. Obviously, no spoilers. But Chainsaw Man, I think the manga ended. And it had mixed reviews. You started gaming when you were 5? Yeah, I imagine like 5 seems like a reasonable start. But I also don't really know like how small is a 5-year-old? At one point in my life, I was 5 years old. But that was a while ago. Yo, it's a Vexter. It worked. The thumbnail. Dude, honestly, like, I change the thumbnail every week. Like, I'll use the same thumbnail for maybe 5 streams, and then I'll change it. I don't know if that really matters, but... That's right. I used to be 5 years old, but now I'm player 5. Whatever that means. Hey, what's up, Zatu Tati? This is a speedrun, if that's what you're asking. Actually, I don't even know if you're asking something. But yeah, welcome in. I guess I'm caught up on Chainsaw Man, right? Because I watched the movie after getting threatened by Rec. Threats work. This is not the correct takeaway. If you ever get the chance, check out Montezuma's Revenge 2. I will open that in another tab. And maybe I'll check it later. We shall see. There was one time somebody like linked a video on, or a YouTube video of like why office chairs have, is it 5 wheels? And I was meaning to watch it, and then I never did. Let's see, I have an idea. Why don't you stream and speedrun Breath of the Wild for the world record? Credits and royalties to be? Well, I'm 50 steps ahead of you. Yeah, because it's day 50, right? So surely that's how that works. Yeah, everybody always either posts or talks about the pool scene. It's like there weren't like any other scenes in the movie. It's kind of interesting. Nah, it's not gonna work. See. That's unfortunate. This actually could have PB'd. Right, it's a fast enough start. Like, is that actually the only scene that I've come across on like Twitter and similar? Is the pool scene? No, I hit the barrel. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Really? Oh, that's so lame. Dude, it took me long enough that I took damage. That's annoying. Let's see, for test of strength shrines, do you have any advice for escaping the pillar first try? Escaping the pillar. Honestly, I would say try and delay the second shield jump a little bit. Just a tiny bit, right? So, like, don't do it immediately. So I forgot. I gotta do this. And see if that helps at all. Because I think I used to try and do the second clip as soon as possible, and I would run into situations where Link wouldn't clip through. But by waiting a little bit, it would work better. Yeah, that's unfortunate, but it is what it is. I should probably have eaten the carp. Delay the whole second clip. Yeah, this is still running against the, like, attack of Claymore. Have a good night, MZ. It's yeah, my sleep schedule is pretty crazy. I go to sleep at like 5 to 6 a.m. and I wake up at like 2 to 3 p.m. This upcoming anime season is insanely loaded. What are the ones to look out for? Because I don't really know. Dude, last season was what? JJK? And like Freerun, which were both the bangers. Ain't no way. Okay, 111 entry. Sure. Let's see. ReZero, Dr. Stone, Ascendance of a Bookworm, Classroom of the Elite, Slime. Slime Isekai. Okay. There's a lot of sequels. Am I dead? No. It's funny because there's a lot of sequels there of shows that I stopped watching. Like ReZero, I think I had watched the first season, and then I want to say there was like a fairly large gap between the first and the second season. And then I never caught up. Oh my goodness. Interesting. What's the attack of timer at? I imagine we're cutting it close here. Oh yeah, it's some like demon thing. But I don't think it was like super well received or anything for like the manga. I don't think it's like bad just obviously we're comparing to like Full Metal Alchemist. Wait, what? Okay, that was incorrect. But yeah, I haven't watched Ascendance of a Bookworm. Classroom of the Elite, I think I watched like the first season and then stopped. I didn't really like it that much. And then the Slime Isekai I have not watched, but I've heard it's actually good. Like compared to all the other like isekais, I've heard it is one of the best. Yeah, what's up, Felix? Why don't you headshot Waterblight? So once you headshot Waterblight twice, it falls down. And then after you deal a certain amount of damage, while Waterblight is on the floor, it starts to get up. So you can delay knocking it down by intentionally missing the head. Which means that you're able to... Oh my goodness. Am I really going to continue this one? No, whatever. Okay. I should probably do one more. I don't want to, like, push it. But I guess if I am taking Monday, Tuesday off, then it'll be plenty of rest. Isn't Slime Isekai on its, like, 5th season or something? Yeah, kind of thing. So essentially, you want to kill the blight before it is able to like warp away, because when it's warping to the other side of the room, you can't damage it, and so you just have to wait. So the idea is that if you're able to deal enough damage before knocking Waterblight down for the first time in phase 2, you can then kill it before it's able to warp at all. And so it's a little bit faster. I think it's like 4-ish seconds faster than if you were to knock it down as early as possible and then hit it a bunch with the claymore. It gets up, warps to the other side of the room, and then you knock it down a second time.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
Okay. I don't know. I'll probably watch it. Well, not this season, but I think eventually I'll watch and like catch up. It's just a lot of episodes, I guess. All-time favorites. Let's see. Nichijou is number 1.
Link. Link.
Let me
Dirigiti
think.
al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is up there. Mob Psycho 100. I'm trying to remember. There's like a bunch. Yeah, One Punch Man season 1 is quite good. I'm reading the manga, and I've been caught up for years in the manga, not the webcomic. Trying to think. The other like the ones I would put at the top of the list. I remember really enjoying, what is it, March Comes In Like a Lion, I think is what it's called. Code Geass was pretty good. There's like Cowboy Bebop, the Samurai Champloo, those are also a pretty classic. Yeah, it's the Shogi one.
Svegliati.
Kind of old school. Well, I mean, I took like 3 years off watching anime.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
I haven't watched all of it, but I feel like Haikyuu maybe could go pretty high up there. It's like certainly the best sports. Well, it's probably one of the only sports anime I've watched. Okay, there's a couple of sports anime that I watched, but Haikyuu is pretty good. Yeah, the volleyball one. Did you know that Haikyuu, I believe, is the word for volleyball? in Japanese. I didn't know that. But I think it is. Something like that. Oh, dude, there's this other anime. I think it's like, is it Run with the Wind?
Link. Link.
That I thought was pretty good.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Because I remember watching it in high school as it came out, I think, and it's like a cross-country focused anime. Which, I wasn't a cross-country runner, but I ran track. And so there were like similarities there. Dude, I watched, what was it, Chihaya Furu? Because it was like ProZD's favorite anime. And I remember him like talking about it multiple times in like different videos. And I was like, you know what, I'll watch it. And it was pretty good. But yeah, I was like thinking of what are the sports anime that I've watched. And I don't know if that one counts, but it's somewhat close.
Svegliati.
He's my favorite character in Haikyuu.
Svegliati.
He's my favorite character.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
I don't know. I mean,
Ti
maybe
guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
Shoyo. That's his name, right? The main character. Well, you could argue a lot of them are main characters, but the small guy. Did ProZD convince me to do Haikyuu as well? No, I don't think so. It's not... Maybe. It could be. I don't remember though.
Link. 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 Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
I feel like that's probably a lot of my like all-time favorites. There's probably a couple I'm missing though. Ow. And I do need to rewatch Nichijou. It's been far too long.
Ooh. Mm-hmm. Ah. Ooh.
Okay, we're just gonna keep going with this one. Although I do need to grab the razor shroom. I guess when you think about it, could it be that it only makes, or it makes more sense to try and scan another amiibo to get fish if you've already had to pick up 2 types of attack up fish? Because, like, realistically, scanning a 3rd amiibo there could get me enough to skip the razor shroom. But if it gives me a carp, then I'm getting an extra text box. If instead we had, like, you know, two porgies and a carp from the first 2 scans, then when I scan the 3rd one, all I'm looking for is any attack up fish. And then that'll help like offset the amount of like time loss from the 3rd scan, because I won't have to get a new text box, which already wastes like 2 seconds. Oh, rip. That was too much of a turn, and I kind of knew it. Otherwise it would have worked. Not great. Yeah. That's too much. Uh, yeah. I think probably I prefer none of it to be RNG. But it's like... It is an interesting question, right? Because the reason the grind takes so long is because there is that RNG element. And I think, like, there's also a difference in types of RNG. Because, like, in this case, you're literally just rolling the dice. It doesn't change how you play the game at all. You're just looking for a certain outcome from the amiibo scans, and if you don't get it, you have to reset. Right? You'll lose too much time. There's RNG in, like, other games where it kind of changes how you play, right? I feel like that's more acceptable. I don't know, something like Pokemon or like Minecraft maybe, where, like, if you get a Pokemon with certain IVs, then, you know, you have to actually think about that and choose different choose different moves depending on the situation, stuff like that. And games where it's like, I guess RNG is more the focus of the run, like, that's different. Because, yeah, if you remove the decision making in Pokemon speedrunning, then you're kind of just running around, and the movement of Pokemon is not necessarily that interesting. And something like Minecraft, right, where the whole world is like RNG. And sure, there's like set seed, but I think even within set seed speedruns, there's variation. But, like, it's more baked into the game that you're gonna have to react to how the world looks and make certain decisions based on that. But, you know, that's, like, more interesting than something like amiibo scans, where it's like sometimes you just have to reset.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
Hey, what's up, Hope? Thank you for the good luck. Could you do a 100% speedrun with the DLC in version 1.6?
Quella è una tavoletta Sheikah.
I would have no reason to do it.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Like, if I'm gonna speedrun 100%, from now on, because the Switch 2 exists, I'd rather just speedrun on the Switch 2, because it's faster, it's more convenient. Like, technically 1.6 is a different leaderboard, but it's, like, not as... I don't think it, like, people really care about the distinction there. Right, like, the top runners, as in me and Ikurapan, first and second place for 100% on the 1.6 leaderboard, have both switched to speedrunning on the Switch 2. So, like, I could do a hundo run with the DLC on 1.6, but I have no reason to do that. Is the kind of RNG you just can't, yeah, you can't compensate for it. It's like, it really is just inflating the number of runs you have to do to get a good time. And so in that case, it's like, it's probably better off that it doesn't exist. But there is an argument to say that not all RNG is bad, right? And that there are situations where it can be good for the game, keep runs fresh. But yeah, especially in a run this short, I don't think it's good. Yo, what's up, Breath of Rocks? Thank you for the good luck.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
It's kind of interesting. In Tears of the Kingdom, there's pretty much no RNG on the run. Where like the only part of the run that's RNG is getting the gem, which is also amiibo. So if you run no amiibo, it's actually pretty much perfect. Other than the fact that it's, you know, Tears of the Kingdom, so the early game is kind of difficult and annoying. Like, I would say the early game of Breath of the Wild is also difficult. But with Tears of the Kingdom, it's like you're punished even more for making mistakes. And like, there's a lot of cutscenes to get through. But yeah, the problem is that, you know, the one bit of RNG is like actually not great. Because it's trying to get well, I guess it's gotten better, right? It's maybe like a 30% chance per amiibo. To get a gem. And you can scan quick enough. Oh god. Yeah, I don't know. Tears of the Kingdom is interesting. I feel like it starts off really difficult. And then obviously when you're like really trying to optimize, every part of the run can mess up, or you can mess up and lose time, but it's like it becomes fairly easy after the first like 14 minutes until you get to the very end, where dude, even like the Demon Dragon stuff, I feel like it's not that difficult once you've done it enough times.
Svegliati. Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
You're gonna flip a table? Well, lucky for you, I probably will not. PB. If I do, I might just flip a table in celebration.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta scelta.
At this point, it's probably one more past bombs is the play. 'Cause yeah, it's been 6 hours. I think I've got a good handle on the situation. Things are potentially looking good for future runs, because I think the slides today have been decent. Okay, 31. And yeah, I don't want to like do what I did last time where I just burn myself out and tire out my arm. Especially on attempts that are like mediocre. Yeah, it's been going all right. I would say the wind bombs have been not as consistent as they were before, which is like to be expected, but they're going well enough, you know? Like I've been able to get mag wind bomb pretty consistently. I would say gamer wind bomb has not been great, but you know, some days I'm just not able to hit it as consistently as others. See, stasis wind bomb is not as good as I want. Cliff wind bomb is honestly okay. It's also like I'm not hitting it every time like I was before, but it is a fairly precise wind bomb. So yeah, like overall those tricks are good. The slides have been not as good as I was hoping, but also, you know, throughout the day, I think I've been getting better. So, yeah, things are looking good. You just gotta practice a little bit more.
Svegliati. Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
All right, last one past SOR. Yes, things don't appear to be going anywhere.
Svegliati. Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo...
Hey, what's up, Link Pro? Thank you for the good luck.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
How many hours do I have on Breath of the Wild? Probably like 9,000-ish. Mm. 8 to 9,000 maybe. Hey, what's up, TT? I think you really good luck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm almost at the 10K mark. We're getting there. Okay, 147. Yeah, it's kind of funny. That the Nightbot estimate, and by estimate I mean the Nightbot random number that it generates is now not accurate. Because I think the max number is 5K, which is definitely not correct. I still play the game a lot before I became a speedrunner. I mean, 99% of... Not. Kill the run. I mean, the run's probably dead, to be fair. Sure. But yeah, I thought I was in the other shrine. Yeah, at this point, like, let's just say, as an estimate, I spent 200 hours playing the game casually before I ever speedran the game. And then maybe like 250 hours total of like casual gameplay. Compared to maybe 9,000 for... Oh my god. Oh, dude. Well, you know, that was the only time today that I've made that mistake. So, I guess that's alright. No, whatever. That's alright. Yeah, it was the only time today that I've dropped a slide, I think. Is that true? If it's not true, it's like somewhat close, at the very least. So, at least there's that. Alright. Well, anyway, thank you all for watching. I will be back on a Wednesday, probably. For, more any percent gaming. But yeah, for now, I'll send you guys off to Moist. And I believe he is running
OT3D MST. So give him a good luck. A Franker Z, as per usual. And yeah, I'll catch you guys next time. Bye.